Hello and welcome back to Let's Supreme Ghost Thief. We're going to play Legacy of Knoss, the loose sequel to Catacombs of Knoss today. It's a Thief 2 mission, but we are in Thief Gold, so what's going on? Well, we're going to make a very, very quick stop back to Mission 2 of Catacombs of Knoss, because there was a tiny Easter egg in the Tower of Dead Thoughts that I missed. So we're at the top level now. This is after I've released Knoss's body part, but I think it appears before also. If you rope arrow up here above the teleporter, on top of this little outcropping is a symbol. Batman was here. So, just a little something. I love stuff like that. And, you know, things that everybody might not find. And I didn't find it. So please point anything like that out if there's more stuff like this hidden in missions. So yeah, that's all, really. Very small. So let's go back to the sequel instead. So, Legacy of Knoss was released in 2022, late 22, so it's a fairly new mission. And Nicked did state that you don't need to have played Catacombs of Knoss to understand this, but since it has Knoss in the title even, I see it more of a sequel than maybe he does even. And the story ties together quite well, though there are no clues given in the first two missions that you need in this one. I guess in that regard, it's only a loose sequel. I think this mission went a little bit under the radar. I haven't sort of seen as much references to this as being a good mission. This is a fantastic mission. It's got everything that I love. It's a big city, but it has huge underground areas and tombs and good story, solid gameplay, and it's quite tough. There's not that many areas that have individual sections that are difficult. Towards the end there are. But overall, it's just very tight patrols and high in non-linearity. You can choose pretty much every which way or route you want around the town. So, yeah, I really, really like this mission. It took a little bit for me to get into it, probably because I had a couple of very heavy missions just behind me. I think when I started playing this, I had just finished The Painter's Wife for the Dark mod. So, going from a very heavy hitter to another big one is sometimes tough. It's good to vary it up, but it didn't take long before I got over that hump. So, yeah, let's get into this. There's no briefing, but there is a fairly lengthy background description in the info file. Let me read that for you guys. Breaking into the Catacombs of Knoss and escaping alive proved to be a challenging ordeal. Rarely have I been more glad to see the sky than after emerging from those shadowy tunnels clutching the ancient necromancer's tome of power. As soon as the rising sun fell upon the book, an unholy scream emerged from the passage behind me, and the aura of fear surrounding the tome dissipated like early morning mist. The lingering spirit of the necromancer was banished, and an air of peace fell over the graveyard. I knew the keepers would be eager to secrete the grimoire away in one of their hidden libraries, but I wasn't about to hand it over before finding out what I had braved the haunted depths to recover. Most of the tome was filled with eldritch runes and hideous spellcraft, but here and there Knoss had filled the margins and loose leaves of the book with his notes and musings. Most of these were esoteric references to mages long dead or battles long forgotten, but then I turned a page and my eyes fell upon a scribbled drawing of a symbol that seemed strangely familiar, and a cryptic note referring to a sanctum neath Felmont Crown. I know they would be watching, and it wasn't long before the keepers arrived to claim the book. They made good on their promise of gold, and I've no doubt my erstwhile companions have now hidden the grimoire deep in some lightless, dusty vault. But gold is a fleeting thing, and I can always use more of it. So before I handed over the book, I made a careful copy of the page with the symbol. In the centuries since Knoss's time, his legend has attracted various renegade hedge wizards and frustrated spellcafters crafters into a loose cult, and such people would likely pay big money for any artifacts connected to the necromancer. It took no small amount of digging through dusty old libraries and crumbling city records, but eventually I learned that Felmont Crown was the old name for a hill that in times long past rose from the boggy fields at the outskirts of the city, until the city grew and it was built over and gradually lost beneath it, the district that later became known as Greytwist Murking. Some nights later, I was in that very district visiting Tybald's antique shop in order to fence the rest of the loot from the catacombs. As soon as I walked in, I realized where I knew the strange symbol from. It was carved into an old stone ward that the old man had had on his shelves for years. Tybald knew little about it, only that it had been sold with a lot of other junk from a nearby theater I left it with him to look into. It's now 3 nights later, and Tybald errand boy just came knocking on my door. He tells me Tybald has news, and I'm to meet him at his shop. So that's the background story here. So then our objectives as follows. Tybald claims to have news regarding the strange symbol from the grimoire of Knoss and the old stone in his shop. Pay him a visit at his antique shop and see what he's found out. Summer nights are always good for a bit of burglary. Loot the neighborhood of Greytwist Murking for at least 4,000 loot. The Trondheim Gallery currently has an exhibition of crystal vases that should fetch a fine price on the black market. Make them yours. Sir Kenington recently purchased a valuable ruby scepter for an upcoming ball. Swiping it would ingratiate you with Kenington's enemies among the merchant classes. These last two are optional, but for Supreme that means they are still required. Violence is the mark of an amateur. There should be no reason to kill anyone tonight. Once the night's work is complete, get back to the gate where you started. That last one we're actually not going to need to do. Okay. So we don't need to buy anything, and we can't for Supreme. Note that we start with 3 rope arrows, which is always nice. This is a nice selection of purchables here, but yeah, we're good. Let's look at the map. We start on Copper Lane, it seems. A very nice auto map here. Nicked generally has very good maps. So this is a plan of Greytwist Murking, district of the city. We started in the northeast at the north gate. And we can see some of the more prominent establishments here. Trondheim Gallery, Sir Kenington. We have to visit those two as per the objectives so far, plus also Tybald's antiques. But you also have places like the inn. Shadewall Castle is a fairly big place, lots of stuff there. The Hammer Priory is pretty small compared to what it sounds like. And the theater is where the main objectives are going to take place. We are going to head to Tybald's first, and then we're going to make a couple of loops around town. We're going to make sort of an S shape in our travels. We're going to go counterclockwise around town first. Hammer Priory, Shadewall Castle, along the rooftops here. You can head around town and stay off the streets for the majority. Then to the Trondheim Gallery, we're going to head down here to the canal so that we can reach the inn and such from below. We'll actually come down here. And then we are going to head to Sir Kenington. And we are going to head west and end at the theater. So sort of an S shape here. We are going to have to come back after the theater to Tybald's and return a couple of things, but that's okay. I'm imagining this would be quite a lengthy video because it's a big mission, lots of readables, and some backtracking, trying to avoid that, but you can't always for Supreme, but there shouldn't be too much of that. Okay, then it's time to start with the real save. Readable here first. Be it here known to all good citizens, all Greytwist Murking and surrounding streets are henceforth under the protection of the Sheriff Gorman Truart and his men. The City Watch patrols the streets at night, and miscreants shall face the sword of justice. A further proclamation is here made. The practicing of pagan magic rites that blasphemously seek to raise the dead is now against the law, and will be met with righteous justice should it take place. The cult that used to run this part of town is outlawed, and its members wanted men. The Watch will pay a sizable reward for information leading to arrests that rid the streets of these black vagabonds. Referring to the necromancers, I assume. So we can't head up here anywhere. Nice scenery still. Market stand, empty box, loaf of bread. So here's a gate we can't go through right now. There's a clock tower. That's about it. Here's Tybald's Antiques and Curiosities. Let's head in there and talk to him.
Ah, Garrett. There you are.
You have news?
Yes. So, I hired a pair of sneaks to investigate the theater. Craster and, Fagin.
Those two. They work for Maruzio. I wouldn't trust them as far as I can throw them.
Don't worry. I didn't tell them what it was about. Anyway, they found out that the owner is obsessed with a sealed door in an old cave below the theater. Apparently the ward sealing the door has a symbol on it. One that sounds very familiar.
The same symbol is on the stone.
I suspect the stone itself is the key to opening the door. I'll let you have it, in exchange for half the cut of whatever you find down there.
You want half for sitting around while I risk my neck. I'll give you 10%.
This information wasn't easy to come by. 35%.
25. Or you can find someone else to do your dirty work.
All right, fine. Follow me. The key's in my secret stash.
Okay, let's go over here and read his ledger first. Expenses: G, heirlooms, 640 gold. Assistant wages, 720 gold. Purchase of miscellaneous antiques includes repairs, 877 gold. Auction expenditure, 240 gold. Craster and Fagin hire, 90 gold. So they're the ones that have the stone that he talked about. Lord Borograve, oak furniture, 900 gold plus 10 delivery. Lady Mycroft wardrobe, mahogany, 270 gold, no delivery. Sir Killian, 4 candles, 20 gold. Everything else here is just stuff to look at.
It's gone. It was right here. What treachery is this?
Okay, so it was in this footlocker maybe? Well, let's read this. Tybald, you didn't really think that you'd be able to keep back the truth from us. You're not the only expert in this town. We knew about the stone, you sneaky rat, and didn't have to think too hard to see your plan to break into the theater and use the stone to open the door. There's bound to be some treasure hoard within, and you paid us a measly 90 gold. Be thankful that we're taking just the stone and not your worthless head along with it.
Damn. Seems you were right about Craster and Fagin. Still, I happen to know they're camped out in the sewers hereabouts. You'll need to get the key back if we're to have any chance of beating them to the treasure.
This better be worth all the trouble.
So then we finally have updated objectives. Lady Carmela, The owner of the theater is obsessed with the sealed door beneath it. Break into her home, Shadewall Castle, and discover what she knows about it. So that's in a readable. Recover the keystone from Craster and Fagin's hideout in the sewers. Break into the theater and use the stone to unseal the portal beneath. Acquire 4,000 loot. Then we have the 2 optional objectives that we had before, and returning to Tybald shop when you have what you came for. So that's the list as of now. So that's a little bit more than we had earlier. This door here is actually the door we're going to end the mission through, but it's not probable now. We are going to need Tybald's shop key. And then we're going to have to return, but we're going to end there in that room anyway. He opened the secret passage here, so we don't have to close it. Upstairs to continue our mission. Nothing in this. So we have to go out here to continue. Now a couple of enemies have spawned in the streets. So he doesn't see us. All enemies in the streets are hostile. The further you go on in this mission, the more enemies spawn. I don't know if it's based on time or if it's just based on what you do. Up here we have a toolbox with a silver gear worth 20. Sleeping dude. Read his thing. In time, I've come to love to sleep up here amidst the whirring, ticking cogs and gears, but now that I can tune the noises out, the slightest discord cuts me like a knife and leaves me wide awake with twitching eyes and aching joints and bones until I rise and turn my ears to listen for the sound of mechanisms crying out in pain. Sometimes I found the discord good and fast, and other times it takes me half the night, but strive I must to isolate the fault and oil it, or apply a little tap. Recovering the harmony I crave is better than the touch of a woman's hand. So here you can drop down to the inside of the gate. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to go out this way. It is quite bright here. That better? On my end, this looks much better. So we can now go south, and we can go north. We're going to go north to follow the path I told you, but it's very easy to navigate around most of the city without staying even remotely close to the streets. Now, something I've noticed in this mission, this must be something Nick did, is that when you lean, you don't keep the light gem that you had. You actually get brighter. You see that? Leaning around the corner. That doesn't ever happen in normal Thief. At least not for me. Yeah, so we're gonna head into the Hammer Priory. Wait here. See, when I lean out here, it should be dark, but I'm not. Some low loaves and cheeses. Gold plate here. Since it is a Thief 2 mission, they can hear doors pretty easily. Much easier than Thief 1. I don't know why he chose to use, or to make this mission in Thief 2, because it uses primarily Thief 1 stock textures. And he says so as much in the info file too.
What is that?
Know then to beware and combat these breakers, to arm thyself against their blandishments, and to strike through their lies and trickery.
Okay, over here we have a gold candlestick and a hammer. Total 195. This is the library. This priory hath weathered many storms and troubles in the years that I've been here, but never has my faith been shaken such as it has been these last few wretched months. Though that when the trickster was... I thought that when the trickster was destroyed, that people would come flocking to our door, repenting all their sins and wicked ways, and usher in a shining golden age. Yet as I pack our treasures into crates to sell and give what little gold we can just to repair our sacred temple halls, I see our power waning day by day, and weakness like a termite in a beam grows steadily among the populace. There's one they call a prophet of our time, whose words gain followers each passing day. But does he speak the truth or heresies? I fear I cannot see the righteous path. Perhaps this Karas knows a better way. Okay. There are a couple of books here with titles. Identifying Pagan Rituals. An Act of Faith. The Magic of the Priests.
To arm thyself against their blandishments, and to strike through their lies and trickery.
Let's see. Back out. I'm going to show you what's in the rest of
Who goes there? Who made that noise?
this place. You can go downstairs, but there's not much.
Spidey, if I cannot.
There's a pickable door here. And that takes you out to... takes you out here. A door on the bank in the far northern part of the canal. So I don't want to pick locks if I don't have to, so I'm certainly not going to go down here, and there's no loot in that part of town anyway, or that part of the building. So we're going to move on here. Moving our way west at this point. I like the fence on the bridge there. Make sure I don't get spotted here. Can't have that. Looks like I'm not fully on the... pipe. Head up here, and here's an attic that we can go into. A toolbox with a coin pair and a rug back here. skull. Don't need that. I didn't remember that there was a skull there if I had just thought about it. There's a hole back here to a different part of town. There are a couple of places where you can see beyond walls, cracks in the wall, stuff like that, but you can't actually get to those areas. I like that. So we're going to drop all the way down here. And then we're going to head into the sewer station. Yeah, it did not see me. Nothing in this. So this operates by both this switch and by fromming it. So it's good that it operates by fromming, because that way we can close it. Go down here. I'm gonna make quite a swim here. Go left. Go left. So now we are actually in the basement of Shadewall Castle. Here there is a gold plate in the kitchen. Some food otherwise. Here's a stack of silver coins. Some maid that comes past here.
Did that shadow move?
I think he goes past me, so I don't think he comes down here. This has just cheese, I think, or something like that. This maid, I think, goes up to all the way to the second floor, or third floor, something like that. There's a switch here that accesses the basement. It's a secret. So we're gonna go there. Take this blue vase here. That room is empty. There, that's the main foyer. So we're gonna head here. Sometimes a mage that's not a yeah, it's a mage. Sometimes is stationed at the bottom. Here. Here's a stationary mage. Lean around here and grab a coin pair from Footlocker. Here are two zombies, looks like. read this one. The latest background checks are now complete, and many that auditioned must be told that they are not what we are looking for far too many of them would be missed by friends and family that care for them. Just 2 of the latest batch are suitable. 1 girl, a sorry waif who wandered in with dreams of stardom in her desperate eyes, but not a person in the world who'd care if she were never to be seen again. The other is a man of meager skills at singing for the drunken tavern crowds, who all will think he has simply traveled on to other pubs in other parts of town. We've done the rituals to bind their souls and let the boys have fun in killing them. The latest incantations seem to work. Carmela will be pleased with these results. Okay, so Carmela is maybe dabbling in some necromancy then. She is a part of zombie creation. I think this just has an apple, yeah. Here we have, I think just a fire arrow in this one. Here we have 2 heads on a shrine.
Is this the wall?
Creepy. The only other thing we have to do here is go into this room. Now, here actually comes the little tricky part. Doesn't matter what way he's stationed, southwest or northwest. If you sneak slowly here,
what vision does
he will catch you. The way you can do this, though, is if you lean around the corner and then move. Because leaning around the corner, he can't see you, because it's based on where you are looking when you're leaning. Then we can get around here and take this stack of gold coins and not get spotted by either of those 2, because over here is an exit. There's a switch here too for that. We come to the sewers. Here's a stationary green spider, but it's looking west away. And here is its victim, it looks like, and a couple of coin stacks for us. Silver and copper, 604. Okay, there's supposed to be a spider here, yeah. But it does patrol very close to the water, so occasionally it can fall in and drown, which it has done right here. That makes it a lot easier for us. I haven't seen that before, but I did notice that when they turn towards the water, when they turn around to patrol back. So if you save and reload accidentally at that point, they can fall down. I think both of them can. Here's a worker. We're gonna head in this way just to show you what's going on. In this trough is a water arrow. And if we go up here, this is a pickable door. I'm not gonna pick that, but that's another way down to the sewers. And we actually come out from this workstation. So, Shadewall Castle is connected to this workstation and this sewer station. So you can move underground through town part of the way. I'm not going to do that. So there's the sewer worker that should be coming back here. Diary. While working in the sewers, you see lots of things you'd rather not observe again. While I've been down here, I've seen several rats the size of dogs, and spiders that would make the hairs of any builder-fearing man stand up on end. But most of them are gone, and now I see some even larger beasts. The criminals that once would stalk the streets have now been driven by the zealous watch to hide like filthy rats down here with us. They mostly leave us be and let us work, but I'm more scared of them than any rat, for all it takes is one ill-favored look, and I'll be stabbed and left to drown in crap. Okay, and here's a water arrow. There's a thief. There is a mine on the ground to that entrance, so don't go in there. You can avoid it, I think. Okay. Here's a stack of gold coins. If you head up here, patrollers can hear that great opening. I've had that happen before. You actually come out just by the entrance to the theater down here. So much of the underground is connected in the sewers. There's also a water arrow from this pour out. We don't need to go up there, of course. So to avoid that mine, we're going to climb under here. Here. See, I'm not sure where he is going. He has.
Thought I saw.
Yeah. He can go straight or he can turn there. Really depends. Why don't we stand on this side instead? Sewer office key. Take that so we can open this. Copper coin stack, silver coin stack, and the stone key.
Here's the stone. Now to see what it unlocks.
That back. And here, sleeping thief. That's all there is down here. So we completed the objective of recovering the stone key. So now we can move through. You can go up in this room too if you want to. Here. Under here's a moss arrow. If you're looking for all the pickables, let me see. We have 666. The way back here past the spiders. Well, not the one spider that died, but Okay, I want to drop in here. If you go along the left side, he won't see you. We're going to go up there, but if you go out this way, you come out to the main canal. So we come out right here, by the bridge southeast of Shadewall Castle. There's a ladder up here, you can come up here pretty easily. But we are instead going to go up this way. So then we come back up to the ground floor. I called it basement earlier. Part of it looks like a basement, but it's the lower floor. But it's on the ground level, so it should be the first floor. Get rid of this in there.
Someone behind.
Oops. There's a goblet in here, and then we have to get upstairs by using the foyer. And that can be a little bit tricky. It depends on timing the upstairs guard quite well. This guy just makes continual loops. I don't think he stops at any point. This might work, actually. Go in there. I can go in here. Good. Here's a plate, and a gold goblet, and a book. The Dancing of the Fae Beyond the Stones. The maid is on her way too here. Library here. Let's see, here are some books. Malefica Oblivionis, Codex Daemonium Advocatio, Sorceries of Calabash the Black. So Carmela is obviously dabbling in something, because her choice in literature is very dark. There's only one patroller up here, but the maid occasionally comes. Here's also a book, The Playwright's Guide to Clever Sounding Words. That was a little bit of a different topic. Now there is a secret here. See that painting? From that, and the painting slides away. Two gold candlesticks. Total 916. And in this secret, you have a healing potion and a moss arrow. So Carmela's had somebody captive, maybe. Here is Carmela herself. Let's see. She has a couple of different places she can go. Behind this bookcase and then into the reading room in there. She can also stand right here, I guess. Space got very busy all of a sudden.
Huh?
All right. Oh, I think I actually forgot to close this, so I'm happy that... Yeah, well, let's wait here. We have to, maybe for his next loop. Yeah, I actually forgot to close this, so I'm happy Carmela caught us.
Is that thee?
Okay. We can't do that, Garrett. This works a lot better. Gold goblet here. The psychic toll of summoning the dead. Yeah. She's definitely not into good sports. The final days of Older Citadel.
Huh? Is that thee?
A dagger.
Halt! Stop! Intruder!
What are you gonna do? That's impressive, but your aim is a little off.
I shall aim for thy heart, villain!
You gotta aim better than that. Let's see. Bone Dust, Arcana, and Ephemera.
Thy death.
Don't think there's any other. Let's just quickly go and grab that dagger and leave. I don't think there's any other readables there. But here's a letter that actually is quite difficult to see. Savan, I found the library of Gale and gained an audience with Samarand, which I must say was not an easy feat. I looked among their scrolls and leather tomes, while tongueless monks moved furtively about and eyed me with suspicion and mistrust. 3 days and nights I searched until I had exhausted every possibility. I could not find the merest whisper of the word that we have sought these many years. So I became disheartened and prepared to give it up and make the journey home, until I spied a streaming candle flame within an alcove far from any window. It didn't take me long to find the switch. I waited till the monks were out of sight, then opened up a passage in the hall that led into some dismal lower depths. I wasted no more time, but plunged within and slid the hidden panel back in place. With nothing but the candle in my hand to light my way into the dusty gloom, I went along the passageway until it opened on a hidden vault of books kept secret, even in that secret place. I felt as if the books were watching me, their pages fluttering like whispered words of judgment at this frightened trespasser who'd stumbled blindly into their domain. Now as I write, their titles fade and blur, for what was written in them chilled my blood. The letters seemed to squirm upon each page as if their knowledge wasn't meant to be, and I could feel them tugging at my mind and filling me with madness as I read. The air was stuffy, and it seemed to buzz with creatures at the veil between the worlds that watch and wait from some unholy realm beyond the membrane of reality. The more I read, the closer they encroached, like moths enraptured by a candle flame. I knew I had to stop and leave that place, but perseverance pushed me ever on, through crumbling scrolls and tomes of human skin, through grimoires bound with sheets of liquid dark, and books that rattled, whispered, even screamed, until at last I came upon the word, which I shall not commit to paper here, but you and I both know its syllables. Clutching at the book, I made my way back up the passage and away from there. With trembling hands and pounding heart, I left the library without another word and rode my way back to the village inn, where now I sit and write to you again, but with the crucial difference that I've now achieved that which we have been searching for. Prepare the chamber for when I arrive, or triumph is at hand. Bartholomew. So I wonder what that was a reference to, if anything. Some other mission or something upcoming, maybe? My wanderings upon the plain of fire. There may be some of those books that I'm missing here. The many legends of the ancient ward of Greytwist Murking can be heard throughout the city's many taverns, inns, and pubs, and while there is no doubt some truth behind the tales of Knoss the Necromancer's reign, embellishment have obfuscated them until we can decipher what was true and what the drunken ramblings of a loon. A story with more certainty of truth is that of Lord Bosari and his gems. They were the brightest jewels, it is said, that miners in the earth have ever found. So proud was Lord Bosari that he built a vault of steel beams and tempered glass to keep the jewels safe while on display. He boasted that the gems were safe from thieves until the day a burglar took them all. A common thief named Pritchett stole the gems. He'd partnered with Bosari's butler George, who knew the combination to the vault. Bosari had his man put to the rack. The spineless wretch soon gave his partner up, and Pritchett found his time was running out. They caught him as he tried to flee the city and tortured him until his dying breath. All he revealed was that the gems were close. In Greytwist Murking he had hidden them. Now treasure hunters, even to this day, search all the oldest buildings of the ward in hopes of finding Lord Bosari's gems, but to this date none, or not one, has come to light. The gems' intrinsic value would of course today be supplemented by the tale, and if all three were found, collectors would undoubtedly be at each other's throats to buy them for the legend they've become. Gems of Bosari, huh? Let's see if we can find them. Here's a purse, 1061. A goblet of drama and the arts in modern times. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's a patrolling guard. He stops by this door and two other places. We just have to make sure that we time him well. Over here's a readable. My dear Carmela, I've searched and searched but cannot find more than a worthless scrap. The only little thing that I could find that spoke about the Library of Gale was scribbled in the margin of a book that otherwise was quite innocuous, a farmer's almanac from 42. It said in letters barely legible, "No earthly fears shall visit me at night, for I have seen the Library of Gale, and read the words of Samaran the Fair. In dreams I wander down his sacred halls, and every night the words consume my soul." I still think that it must be fictional, and these accounts are mere apocrypha. Excuse me. There's not a word about the place in Lamb, and Fredrickson is equally silent. If I were you, I wouldn't place my hopes in cryptic notes and vague, elusive words, when right below your feet there lies a door with something tangible locked up within. At least we know the necromancer Knoss existed and was mighty powerful. How goes your progress breaking down the seal? And what about the keystone? Any sign? Do let me know if I can be of use. Research, of course, but also company. I did enjoy our recent rendezvous. Your friend and confidant, Sir Vildefort. Let's head in here. Bathroom. Gold goblet and a water arrow there. 1101. Guard should come back, and when he does, we can move down the hall. I like the world building that Nick creates here regarding Carmela and her necromantic influence. Just the lore behind it sounds very intriguing. Cryptic, but that's okay. I don't mind that.
you?
I don't mind that at all. The way I see it... He heard that, okay. The way I see it, a thief like Garrett wouldn't understand everything that he reads anyway. There's just no way. He is not familiar with all of the cultish and hobbyist circles around town. You know, whether it relates to magic practicing necromancers or wizards or other things. Okay. So here we have the next staircase up to the top floor. It's very difficult to get up here without a first alert from that pivoting guard right there. There's also a patrolling guard, but him you can just time. So this is going to be my ghost challenge for you guys. I think this is ghost challenge number 83.
Thought I saw something.
I think. And it's simply to get up these stairs and leave this room for Supreme without any Supreme busts. So no first alerts, of course, and no equipment used.
Dun, dun, dun.
At least equipment that doesn't apply to Supreme. So come up here and leave this room Supreme clean in one of the upstairs room here. If you can do that, you've passed Ghost Challenge number 83. So since I'm not going to show you that on screen, I'm not going to take this path. It's a much easier path to take. Let's head in here. Statue, no readables here. But here is a book. Since I acquired the theater on the site where Knoss's tower stood in elder days, my knowledge of his powers has increased. But I'm still a novice next to him. The plains of death are still all veiled to me. I dare not brave the catacombs to find his ancient tomb of Lichcraft, where it lies among the restless dead that guard his tomb. For though I can bring corpses back to life, I'm yet to master powers of control. I cannot shackle them to do my will, and so I'd surely die were I to try to brave the hunted depths to take the book. And so instead I try to focus on the door within the caves that lie below. No pickaxe or explosives make a dent, and there is magic shielding I can sense. The thing that I need most in all the world is that small stone that surely fits the lock. It's not within the theater, I'm sure, but maybe it was sold along with all the other junk that Crispin tried to pawn before I took the building off his hands. I sense a deathly power far below, his power crystal locked beneath the earth, and if I could break in, I'd surely find the means to thwart this sheriff and his men, and rise again among the halls of power until the city grovels at my feet. Ezekiel has far too small a mind to dare to dream of anything so bold. His lack of vision and his stubborn ways have ended with the executioner. Now I'm in charge, and I won't make his mistakes. So that completed the Lady Carmela objective, and it got one additional one. Carmela believes that the sanctum holds Knoss's crystal of power. Such a prize would be dangerous and valuable. Find it. Okay. So we do need this key though. That's the theater key to get into the theater. And we're going to have to return that key at some point. I'm going to have to wait for this guard. This bedroom are 2 gold candlesticks and a necklace. 1416.
Oh, it's so wet around here. Huh? What was that?
I don't think we can get out there. So let's do this instead. I'm not gonna save it here just in case, but I think we're good. So Tybald shop key. We're gonna have to return the stone key. The stone key gets used up, and the theater key we're gonna have to return. So we're gonna go back down and find an easier way upstairs. Hope we're good here. Yeah.
Thought I saw.
If we go a little bit faster here, we should be fine. Okay. So we can just go up these stairs. We come out in the southeastern section of that floor.
Dun, 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 dun.
There. Now we come out on balcony. There's an apple here with some stuff. This is actually the southern balcony looking across to Trondheim Gallery. So we're not done at Shadewall Castle just yet. We're gonna head in here actually. I'm gonna wait. Don't think he hears that through the door. But I'm not 100% sure. He did not alert to that because he was patrolling still when
Wish someone would let me know what's
I
going
was
on.
walking.
Never included.
Up here is a skull on a backbone. So now we come out here. Let's get into this room. I'm gonna wait that guard out a little bit. There's a mask. You can go through this to go over here, where that guard is. Here's a readable. A treatise on the 8 crystals of power. The tales about the crystals' origins are numerous and contradictory. Some say they were a star that fell to Earth, while others claim our precursors made them. It's also said they formed quite naturally in long-lost caves below the crag's cleft peaks. The simple fact is no one knows for sure, and all that we can say is that they are conduits for the powers of magic, and those practitioners of the arcane for many years have fought and died to own these powerful and priceless artifacts. As such, a lot of them have now been lost, and only 3 are still accounted for. Though made of unknown magic minerals, the crystals all resemble precious stones. The similar appearances have led to crystals to be named for colored gems. So, all 8 are going to be mentioned here, and I'm not sure if all of them refer to areas that are found in other Nicked missions, but I know that some do. So let me know if you have more insight on the details here. The zircon has been recently acquired by members of the Handmaid Brotherhood, who guard it jealously within their keep. The crystal called the amethyst is held by Malazar, the conjurer, who keeps it locked away within his forest home and uses it for strange experiments. So this is the mission Malazar's Inscrutable Tower, isn't that it? I have not played that mission, but I have gotten it suggested. The Moonstone has been held for centuries by dryads of the sky god Tanagar, who keep it in the fortress of the lake. Is this a mission by Nicked? I don't know. Of all the others, very little is known. This wasn't Turning of the Leaves, was it? No. Of all the others, very little is known. The Black Opal for a time held in the mountain fortress known as Raven's Reach, which is another Nicked mission, but it was stolen many years ago. The Emerald was once believed to be possessed by Knoss, the Necromancer, but upon his death no trace of it was found. The Topaz and the Ruby and the Sphene have not been heard of since the Elder Days. The dream of any power-hungry mage would be to find them all and draw from them such magic as the world has never seen. Very interesting. Okay. Also, up here, we have another secret. And that actually moved the statue out in the hallway, but I'm going to wait for this guard to come by. Okay, it didn't sound by the audio that he was there. But he is. Similar here, you cannot sneak in unless you do that. So this statue has moved. There's an emerald worth 100. Close the secret. There's also a I thought there was a fire poker. No, maybe that's in the next room. Maybe I forgot it.
Taking a break.
There we go. It was there. Okay. I'll get it after. I'm gonna go out that way anyway. Just wait for him to leave so we can close the secret and then head in to take that poker. decided on.
Hello?
That I decided on very late in the practice run, so I kind of forgot that I was going to do it now. Here. Because now we are on the east side. On these rooftops here, although it doesn't show it yet. Now it does. There's a loaf of bread. There is a gold goblet on that windowsill. You're meant to just drop into the canal to do this. I don't want to. I want to do that. I don't know if he heard me or what he did there. That little tap. Oh, let's just do what we did, but just wait until he starts patrolling again. I found this goblet on my first playthrough, so it wasn't a problem. There, I don't want to jump back into the canal. So I instead want to do this. Oh no. Be able to. I got it on the first jump the other time. Okay. All right. What's going on here? Did not have a problem with this last time. That looked like it was good. What? Yeah, I was thinking I was going to get it on the first try. Hors d'oeuvres, each served with freshly baked bread, selected smoked and roasted meats served cold, pottage of finest beef and vegetables, the trickster's eggs with spice and melted cheese.
Nobody knows me.
So then we can go back. Nice timing too. Again, let's wait until he goes.
Just because I've been here only a few months. Something else I could do with this, sir.
There. Now we can go in here and Now we are done with Shadewall Castle. Another torture room. There, patrolling archer. We're now on the western rooftop compared to the castle.
What is that smell?
Head in here, take a coin pair, and read a letter. My dear Marlena, I can't say I mind the increase in the city watch patrols. The streets feel safer than they ever have, and anyway, you know I like a man in uniform with polished boots and brass. Are any of them handsome where you are? The ones that walk around outside my house are certainly more dashing than the thieves and vagabonds that used to prowl the streets beneath the walls, corrupt and venal rule. I only hope this sheriff hangs the rest. And as for cults of pagan wizard types, I shouldn't think such things would still exist. But if it's true and not some fantasy you've got from reading too much literature, why then the Watch are there to stamp them out. So put your trust in them and sleep in peace. Yours faithfully, your dear friend Lillian. Jump over here. Nice. So we're now above the West Gate control station, if you will. Toolbox with some more coins. 1681. And here we have a stash. If we take it, Garrett makes a comment.
Good. Looks like no one's disturbed my emergency stash.
So, although this is our equipment, I'm not going to take it. There's a flash bomb, a healing potion, 2 moss arrows, 4 water arrows, 2 broadheads, and a rope arrow. But I wanted to get that Q at least.
Oh!
Okay. So if you go down here, you come up to Westgate Streets. But it's not an easy place to come in because of that guard. You can. There's no need for us to be anywhere around here. I think he'll see us there. Let's just wait. I think we can observe him from here, can't we?
What's there?
Yeah.
What's there? Hello?
So now he sees me, he doesn't hear me.
Thought I saw. Dun, 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 dun.
Coin pair. Oh. I thought that there was loot on top of that too. It's a different apartment later on. Coin pair 1701. And a newspaper, the City Tribune, 21st of July, 8:35. Stray burricks on the loose in downtown streets. 5 residents complained of scratching noises coming from below, which those in charge of sewer maintenance identified as burrick tunneling. Then just last night, a tunnel opened up right in the middle of downtown Park, and burricks started wandering the streets. 3 citizens were taken unawares and suffered from the creature's gassy breath. The first reports were made some months ago, but city councilmen made no attempts to deal with the problem at the time. Exterminators have now been dispatched to rid the district of the scaly beasts, but local business owners are upset and feel it is too late, too little, far too late. More on this story, see page 17. Death cult destroyed, claims Sheriff Truitt. Saturday, the sheriff, Gorman Truitt, made a speech to many of the city's noblemen in which he claimed his watchmen have subdued and prosecuted all who still remain of Greytwist Murking's necromancer cult, including one Ezekiel Zavon, the leader of the cult in recent years. The folk of Greytwist Murking now are free from tyranny by vile criminals, said Truitt, adding that he had deployed a number of his finest officers to walk the streets and keep the Baron's peace. But Greytwist Murking's residents were not as confident in Sheriff Truitt's words, and many think the cult is still around, its members simply hiding underground and waiting till it's safe to re-emerge. They're never really gone, you mark my words, said local character Tempurus Ball. Whatever you say, the Sheriff Gorman Truitt. Here's a dead rat as well. A water arrow in that one. No, probably heard that.
Wish someone would know what's going on. Never included anything.
Here we're fairly dark.
Got to get the sheriff to scream for better to everyone. Things make us look like stupid little never going to impress the lady.
Whatever here. Eyes on the tapper who had the bright idea of filling out reports. He says the sorry his mother never taught him how to
The
read.
Baron gets to eat cows.
So now we're right outside this balcony. We're going to use that now. We're going to head to Trondheim Gallery through this sewer station.
All the time.
Or workstation.
Potato, potato.
Should be dark here. Nothing to worry about here. That one is a dead end. Here we have a generator power station. The Silver Gear, 1721. This is a dead end. I think he heard that vent, didn't he? Pretty sure he did. Doesn't say anything. So now we're going to come out on this balcony. We're going through the vent system there. So we're going to jump across on the south side, actually. Be able to mantle up there. Why are we not? That worked out a lot better. Here is a guard. Stack of gold coins in there. So that's the building on the south side, southwest side of the gallery here. I'm gonna drop back down here and wait for him to the next round. So that was worth 25. 1746. Here. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Here. Let's go into this room a little bit first, which is this building now. You can get there from another direction too. Plate. Deer leg. But then you have to come from the south. And then you have to travel along this ledge. And that archer there is very difficult to circumvent. I think you can mantle up here and bounce around. Even go up with a rope arrow, but he pivots. He's just guarding a table with 2 cheeses, so lots of interest there. And that's actually at the very southern end. That's archer stationed here. So we're actually farther south than I would like to be, but just to get that plate, here's a readable too. My dear Fiona, where do I begin? Dark deeds are even now afoot, and I have but one pair of eyes, and I must sleep. But rest assured, my every waking hour is spent in peering from my windowsill at all the passers-by who come and go. Across the way there lives an aging fop who seems to have no job of any worth. yet takes in furtive guests throughout the night who live with packages and sneak away. The man himself is always finely clothed. I also see strange characters who go between Carmela's house and theater. No thespians, but evil-looking men, who lead young chorus girls as if they were but livestock driven into the marketplace. They go inside the theater, and then I never see them coming out again. When you are down to visit, you shall see that Greytwist Murking's anything but dull. We'll watch and sip from china cups of tea, and you can tell me all about this man who courts you from beneath your window ledge, and whether he is worth the time of day. Maybe we shall see some things that would, if told to Bess and others of her ilk, inspire hysteria and fainting fits. I cannot wait to see you Thursday morn, for gossiping with you is such a joy. Till then, I am your faithful friend, Moran. Gossip away, girls. There's one more piece of loot inside of a window in this building. Oh, I missed it going down, so. Blue vase worth 50. Maybe I can. Go up that way. Okay, we're gonna head into Trondheim Gallery now. We're gonna have to wait for this guard again, and then the guard on the inside is gone. Oh, this was the time to come in. Okay. So yeah, 1806.
Someone say.
All right.
He is facing away, that's perfect.
What is that smell?
Okay, you gotta face away now, buddy.
Like old meat. What the? That can't be me. I washed a few days ago.
He will go around the corner, so I have a few seconds still. And then he hears me because I go too fast. There we go. Wait. There's one vase here too.
Just because I've been here only a few months.
He has to turn around. I forgot about that single vase. There. Now we have 3 vases. 5 vases, 2106.
Who goes there?
Okay. Now we have to make a very difficult set of moves. I'm going to make a real save here. We have to go out. Follow the archer. This archer here, we might be able to do that before the other guard comes back. We might be able to, we might not. I have a real save now, so then I can fall back on. I'm going to save it there because I want to
What's that I see?
read this log. 6 bells, all's well, no issues to report. 7 bells, still nothing worth reporting. 8 bells, guard Vilnius was taken ill. I've sent for Leonard since he lives nearby. 9 bells, all's well. Guard Vilnius sent home, but Leonard's here to cover for his shift. 10 bells, I made a coffee on my break, and now I see why Vilnius was ill. It seems a rat got into the machine and has been defecating in the beans. Guard Leonard has the neatest handwriting, so he's to write an out of order sign. 11 bells, all's well except that tea does not keep me alert like coffee does. 12 bells, all's well, I mustn't fall asleep. Okay. So we're gonna go here. Since that other guard too is gone there, we can actually do something. And then there is a guard on the street that sees us. That is just ridiculous. Okay. Well, I think we might be good here, because the other guard there just left that balcony. Make sure that... Okay, let's see. I think we're safe here. He's going to go all the way to the other side, and while he does that, we can jump over.
Huh?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're good. Quite a crazy move, but it's okay. I didn't hear any alerts and we didn't get spotted there, so. So I didn't say it from the beginning, but this mission isn't Supreme Ghostable, but we only have to take 1 bust, and we can play the whole mission without taking any first alerts, and that is my ultimate goal here. There's a pair of dice we took. 2156. Good. Close that. Gotta close this. Yeah, we have to skip some loot items. I think 4 items in total for Supreme. And you have to skip loot even for regular Ghost. But Supreme is only thwarted by a single bust. A small bust at that. So we'll see what we can do. Oh yeah, he turns a little bit. No, he did not turn. This route here with that jump over to this attic and then sneaking down here is probably not a route I would take if I was a real thief. I'm doing it now just to you know, show the different routes around town. And
I don't like being pushed around.
it's cool to see what is capable to do, even for Supreme. Can't do that. Better to do this, isn't it? Okay. Go into this door or window. There's a little bathroom. There's a ring here. There's nowhere else to go. Can't get spotted here if we stand up. The Lusty Cray and Other Sinful Tales by Reginald M. Burrick, Esquire. Okay. My Lady Emily, many thanks to you for your kind invitation to the ball. Unfortunately, though, I must decline, for while my spirit's willing and my heart doth yearn to drink and dance the night away, my body fails me in my hour of need. I've caught a spot of what is going around and must remain abed, recovering until the doctor says I'm fit and well. Perhaps next time I shall have better luck. Enjoy your night. Sincerely, Archibald. Nice, okay. So we're now on these, this is where the attic was. We went down there and then jumped down to this rooftop. Now we're done on the rooftops for a little bit. So we're going to find a place to go down to the city now.
What's that?
Yeah, what is that? Maybe I'm just Archibald. Nobody else.
Seeing things. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go up and tell him. No more guard duty. 6 taffing years.
Drop here. We can drop here. We can drop here. So now we're in on this little dock in the canal. Go here, and then we can pick a lock on this crate.
Was that you?
It's one of the few loot items in the streets. There's one more, but it's on a patrolling nobleman. So we're on the lookout for him. He has a route all around town, so he's tough to find. Here's a moss arrow, by the way. Bag of spice, 22.96. I don't see the nobleman, so we can catch him later, of course, but is this the inn? There's a guard stationing outside, so you cannot enter through the front entrance. Well, maybe you can, because he faces north to a certain extent. Let's go in through this door here. Alright, real save time. We've made good progress here. So we have a couple of options here. That just takes us back west into the main canal. We're gonna climb up this rope first. And there are 3 ways. So you can go up top, or you can go into either vent here. On the north side, there is a gas arrow. That's all there is. But we're gonna go into the south side. And we're gonna pop up or out close to the inn entrance. Let's see.
Who's there?
If that inn guard is stationed facing north, then he will catch us.
Got to put in the hours if you want the promotions.
That's the nobleman with the purse
Don't
way
get
over there, by the
gold
way.
bars until you got the flat feet.
We're gonna go this way here. So we're now walking along this. These red lines, by the way, are where you can travel freely in the streets. So without going through buildings. So that's useful. We're going along this line right now. And we're doing that only to enter an open window. So stationary archer here. I'm not sure if he's there when you start the mission. You can climb up through the... or using the rope there. Okay. This is some sort of a shrine room. And there is a zombie, actually.
Joran, that you?
We might have to move away here pretty quickly. There's a zombie in a room next to the shrine, and it can both hear you and see you through these holes in the wall. Come on. We didn't get all the way in there. Okay. It should be there. Not sure why it's there. Not there now. You can't see it from here, but if you mantle up on the ledge, you can see it. But normally you should be able to hear it. Huh. Is there maybe something that triggers the presence of that zombie? I'm not sure about that. Anyway, in here there's a gold nugget. That is strange. Every time I played, it's a child zombie. $23.96. That's correct. Let's see, we are not safe. Yeah, we are not safe here. That's why I saved while still being fairly dark. Mostly because of that archer there, yeah. So that archer just stops there for a while. So there are more and more guards that spawn in the streets as you play along, and when we come back from underground, there's even more guards and mechanists too that spawn. He's gonna have to change position. Why did I make sound there? I'm creep crouch strafing.
Tired of going after these poor slobs. Didn't do much but be hungry.
Okay, we are gonna have to close this. Sometimes they hear that. They didn't now. Okay, then we can go up. We come to an apartment that's empty. Besides, you know, empty for people, but 2 candlesticks and a readable. Donnie. Nobody knows exactly what Maurizio looks like or where he lives, and that's the way he likes it, I'm sure. For a while, the wardens and their underlings are being quickly dealt with by the watch. Maurizio keeps silent and just waits and makes his presence felt in subtler ways. You mark my words, he'll still be in control when the new sheriff's just a footnote in some dusty city record of the time. So keep that thought in mind before you try to cross him with this foolish plan of yours. Remember what became of Willie T and rein your wild ambitions in a bit. I'm only looking out for you, my friend. Let's meet and have a drink instead. Revel. So Maurizio sounds like part of the Undercity mob characters in town. Alright, so then we can go back and now we can head east. So here you see a rope and a part of a sewer tunnel that we can't get to right now. And we're not going to go there for quite a lot later. This hatch here I don't think can be opened. But we can go in here. Take a goblet in some kind of tomb area. Panel here. And we can enter the basement of the inn. Let's move these 2 crates out of the way. And we're not going to put them back now because we're actually going to come out of this cellar a lot later in the mission. I'm going to close this now though, but we have to remember to put those crates back later. A gold goblet in here, 2536, and we can hear and see sort of part of a corpse in here, some kind of tomb. Here's a door that we're going to come out of, so we'll loot whatever's behind there when we get there much later. We're going to continue up here. This is the inn. We will be seen as a hostile if we are spotted or caught behind this area. But right now we're dark, so I won't save it right now. Here's a bottle of wine. Can read this. Room 1, Cabron. Room 2, Melik, Merchant. Room 3, not occupied till Friday night. Bar stuff only allowed beyond this point. Okay, so the fact that she doesn't catch us and this guy here doesn't catch us either means that we're safe. These are all neutral and will not react unless they catch us where we're not supposed to be. Here's a broadhead arrow. Nothing else really in here. This is out to the main entrance. Here's a sewage hatch. You can go back down to the sewers. I don't think you can come up from below there. Head upstairs. This room is empty. There's a sleeping guy. Stack of silver coins. Then a readable. Melik, if you don't close this latest deal, I'll have to hire someone else instead. Your record's been abysmal for a while, and even Janslow selling more than you. And he has not improved on looks or smell. If you can flog the goods, then why can't you? And if I hear from anybody else that you've been taking time out from your job to follow yet another worthless tip about Bazzari's gems, then I'll be forced to cancel your employment with all haste. The gems are just a story told to fools. So get your hopeless head out of the clouds and put your mind to how you're going to sell your quota now the month is nearly up. I hope to see results. Victor Levitt. Being squeezed, buddy. Stop sleeping and get to work. Here's a green vase, 2648. And this is another empty room right here. Okay, so this is a library. I knew this deal would have to have a catch. The price was just too good to be believed. At first, it seemed as if I'd got a steal with just a little maintenance to do. But this old fort must have some history, for there are weird carvings everywhere and bricked up rooms that whisper from the past. Each day I feel a sense of great unease, a presence lurking in these ancient stones, and while my patrons drink oblivious to all the oddities about this place, I sit and brood, unable to find rest within these walls. For when I sleep and dream, my soul seems to travel far below to dark and haunted caverns in the earth. So vivid are my dreams that I awake in terror, drenched in sweat and gibbering. Perhaps it is my mind that conjures up such images, and not, as I suspect, some darker force at work beneath my feet, some evil magic soaked into the stones. Perhaps I'm going mad from overwork. Perhaps I need to go on holiday, and maybe if I do, I shan't return and end my days upon some foreign shore. As if I had the goal to travel far. No, I must stay and make the best of it, but I'll not sleep another wink until I've had a priest come sanctify the place. Alright. So here we have a piece of loot behind a banner, a silver nugget. Now that is not frabbable. It's not, you can't take it unless you slash the banner. And that's worth 50. That counts as a secret too. So that piece of loot we have to skip for all ghost modes. I have not found a way to frab this. I'm not sure if there's a script that sort of teleports it in from somewhere else, so it doesn't actually exist until you slash the banner. Either way, I've not been able to take this without property damage, which is not allowed. So that's 50 loot skipped. Here is another room, a tomb it seems like. Nothing you can do there.
Can't believe he thought to charge so much for that. Does he think I'm a fool? I got this money by tossing it
However,
to every scoundrel with his hand outstretched.
That is the room that we just looked into. So there is sort of light coming from in there. You can see some light coming out, and can't really make out what's in there, but I think it's just sort of a red herring. Let's move in this direction. 2648. That's correct. So we are now headed... we're now in this tower, the southwest tower of the inn. So we're going to head southwest now. So this is a tower. It's been abandoned for a while, it seems. There is a very well hidden secret here, right above the gate to the inn. That opens a panel here. A skull that says Zawa on it. And another gemstone. Worth 100, total 2748. That counted as a secret. And that's the second of the Bazzari gems. First one was in Shadewall Castle on the top floor there. Alright, so now we have to head across here. He definitely didn't hear the door. That's too far away, but just want to wait for a settling remark. Now we're coming into Sir Kenington's, which is a pretty big place and quite difficult. We're going to get straight to the objective immediately, which is the scepter. But we have to be a little bit lucky with the timing of the guards. Yeah, so then we cannot do it now. There's no way there's enough time there. We have to just wait for the right opportunity. There's no real point in trying to sneak here, I think. Because I think we are almost... Well, we might be able to stay here. Let me wait for him to pass the sea. He stops there, and then he continues a loop around here. This guy goes through that loop. Okay, so this might actually work. That's a central courtyard. No point in going in there.
Stop you! Wait!
Hear that?
Who goes there?
Oh,
Who made that noise?
if I can come over to this corner, yeah, that might work actually. If I do that, and then sneak across here, I think that will work. So that's the other optional objective. That was worth 200. So that's 29.48. Follow this guy. Can get in through this window too, but you can't access around the outside ledge there. Gold candlestick. Here's a rug. A stack of gold coins. I think we're going in here now. I believe. Study. Here's a mask. Here's a flute. 32.73. Let's read a letter here. Sir Kenington, regretfully I must inform you that my father has declined. Your offer, though financially quite fair, was not enough to change his lordship's mind. For him the lands hold sentimental charm, aside from any income they provide. He likes to walk the pristine forest paths, and when he heard about our plans to build a hotel for the gentry on the land, he flew into a rage and stormed about and dropped the notion he had entertained of selling any acre of the place. I'm at a loss for how to handle him, and fear we'll have to shelve our plans for now. I'll keep you in the loop, old boy. Pierre. So some kind of deal is trying to happen here. Now what we're going to do now, actually... Okay, we can't have that. I don't think anyone heard it, but... There's a guard that goes through this little balcony here. There's an apple. Jump down here. Actually. This is an empty hallway. So we're now in the far southern part of the bottom floor. In Here are 2 green vases and a blue vase. Nobody comes into this part of the floor. It's also just empty. That takes you back to that empty hallway. There's a guard that comes in here to this next room. It's the kitchen. He's not here now. Take a plate, some food, and a letter. Errol, I thought I made my feelings clear about these vegetables you keep serving. I'm not a horse, and therefore have no need of greenery upon my dinner plate. From now on, you will serve up no more greens or any other color vegetable. For someone of my noble, cultured tastes, my food should be a respectable shade of brown or beige, with some red fruit allowed. If you cannot supply such decent food, I'll find someone who can. Lord Kenington. Oh, wow. He's got some needs. Let's see, 3483. Go in here, and we're gonna grab statue. There. And this is a tough area. We're gonna have to close that door now. Not him seeing us. Good. There's nothing else in the foyer. These are the front doors. They're unlocked. If you open them, however, there are 2 guards on the outside that will alert, and I think there's even a gate beyond that that is not possible to open. I'm not sure, but there's no way you can get through anywhere there for Supreme. So we're now going to head back upstairs and do the rest, because you can't leave from the downstairs area at all. Okay, so that's bad timing. We have to wait now for these patrol loops to be convenient. There are 3 plates and 2 gold candlesticks, and we have to head out through that door on the far left. The other 3 doors are used by these 2 guards. These are the same guards that we saw in the main area where the objective was. The problem is that this guy stations himself outside that door without closing the door. See, he stops there without closing the door. What we can do is this to make it easier for us when he...
Something.
Okay. So then what we can do, I know what we can do here. The other guard is also out from downstairs. Right?
Who goes there? Who made that noise?
No, he isn't. He is there. Okay. And then I'm going to have to stay quiet too. I'm happy that I realized that, because he would have heard me totally. But then we definitely need to do this to have as much time as possible. He didn't hear that little clang down there. Okay. This takes you back to that study. This is a horn. It's just a junk item now. So now we're back in that study, but we're going to wait for a guard to come out of this door.
Nobody pushes Penny around.
That's a gallery hallway. There. Leave that door open so we can monitor him. And here is a green base, 2 gold candlesticks, and a letter. My dearest Kenington, I have good news. Old Archie's out of the picture. He's declined the invitation since you sent your note. I've bribed Lord Marigold's new housekeeper to mix a little powder in his tea some hours before the ball is due to start. So now the only competition left is that young baby-faced Lord Biffringham. A wager then. Whoever of us rids the party of the foolish lad before the Lady Emily seduces him will have first go upon the saucy mare. What say you, sir? Is it a bet? Ricard. There's a lot of saucy things going on within the aristocracy in this town. Now we're coming to a pretty difficult section, actually. I'm going to make a real save right here in the hallway, believe it or not. Take this plate. In here, I believe, is Sir Kenington himself. And he is in a bathtub, and he will see us if he faces the wrong way, just happens to face the wrong way when we enter. And he does that now. I'm gonna have to wait for him to simply face the right way, or the correct way.
What do I see there?
It's difficult to know exactly what way he's facing, too. Can't really tell. And we don't have hardly any seconds to spare either. It's the bad thing. Oh, that was a second only. Oh, we might just have to wait for another loop. Nothing we really can do about this. Got it there. I have a real save if not, so.
Time for another visit to the tailor, I think. Velvet has gotten so expensive. But it's worth it. Even the tradesmen are going up on the velvet coats. Hardly means what it used to.
The reason we're doing this is because we want... No, we don't want the water arrow. That is probably the last thing I want. The gold candlestick, 37.62.
Who to invite, who to invite? Frederick is so tedious, but we do owe him a favor.
Now we're done in Kenington's.
Of course. Invite Morgan. Maybe it's taking him down a notch. See his face when he hears.
Can't stand here and observe him. But we have to wait for that guard to leave now.
Huh?
And then we have to use the turning of the Sir. Yeah, so that won't work. Oh. That will work. He was facing away much longer than I thought. We can head out here. So now we're going out through the far southwestern corner into a little alley. This is one of the last pieces of loot I found because I thought this alley was just accessible from the streets, and I had search through all the streets, but there is a purse down here that's well hidden in the corner. 3863. Now the guard can actually see you here. Oh, and he faces this way too. Whoa.
Someone behind me?
Don't think he sees us if we're in the far corner. These 2 coin pairs here. No, he does not. He's just a house guard of some lady that lives here. Tiara. And that actually completes the 4,000 loot objective, because we have 4,027. Scroll here. Good sir, I would advise you not to go, for reputation is a fragile thing, and Lady Emily is tattered from her many dalliances with the help. There's not a stable boy in 50 miles who hasn't had a go at tupping her, for she's not subtle in her appetites, and none too choosy where she makes her bed. If Sir's good standing in society is valuable to him, then I suggest declining with some cordial excuse. Then stay as far away as you can get, until such time as some poor hapless fop takes it upon himself to tame the lass. Your friend and confidant, Sir Kenington. So, there was another readable, wasn't there, where somebody was declining Lady Emily's invitation. So I think that shows that she is not picky indeed. Alright, so now we are heading west along the southern part of town. Oh. I didn't save it there at all. Let's see, now I really would like to find that nobleman, because we are not going to stay on the streets that much longer. So it would be nice to have his purse. We have to head down to the streets anyway here, so... There he is! How fantastic! Hopefully he's going to come by here. I think he does, because I think he makes a huge loop. Why, thank you, sir. 4127. Oh, okay. I said okay because there was a lady there in there that every time I've played, she's been stuck. She has been patrolling in the ceiling of her downstairs floor. Same spot both times. But now she isn't. You can pick the lock on either of her doors. They both lead to the same apartment, these two.
My dogs are killing me.
Statue, nobility and etiquette in Bonn. So statue there, but also it's a purse, and that's a secret. 4242. And this is the other entrance door down here. We're not going to pick that too, of course, but that's where she got stuck in the ceiling.
Is someone there?
Someone is there. Probably have to wait for her here. I've never had to deal with her because she's been stuck. Did she get stuck again now? Yep. See that? Okay, can I not get through here now? Let's see. So the last time she was stuck between the two middle ceiling rafters. I don't think she can see us because her head sort of is embedded in the wall. You have to take her stack of copper coins here. That's a party trick, alright. You gotta show that off more often. Well, in public, that is. Make some money. Alright, so we have 4247. We took the secret from the rafter. Yeah. Alright, so then we're going to continue west here. Now we're below that stationary archer on the balcony with the cheeses, if you remember that. From far south here. There's a guard here that just likes to make little loops.
Hello?
So we're going to end up mantling up here. But we might have to wait. We're almost done in the streets. We just have this building and a couple of establishments here before we head into the theater. So here is a moss arrow. This. This is a geologist's place, I believe. The reason I say that is because of this readable. My dear Carmela, where did you find this? I've analyzed the makeup of the rock, run tests for magic and divinity, and all that I have come to safely say is that it is like nothing I have seen in all my years of studying such things. It's clearly crafted not from nature's hand, yet bears the marks of chaos in its veins. It glows with light unnatural in its form, and hums with some inherent potency. But when I chip a piece off from the hole, the light goes out as sure as if I had snuffed out a candle. Most peculiar. You said I do not need concern myself with where the thing was excavated from, yet if you would but share with me the source with context, I could learn a little more. For as it is, I have exhausted all the avenues of science that I know. In hope, I eagerly await your word. Professor Christopher de Haviland. Just a second here.
Come, what's that?
Are we... If we maybe are a little bit faster here. We can probably do this. Take that goblet. There, in the bedroom. Have a goblet. 4277. The Book of Smesh, transcribed by Glim de Pale. Book of Smesh. Isn't that something mentioned in the Dark Project? Or at least in fan missions that I've played. Enlighten me there. And a stack of copper coins. If we head out this window, we get to this little alley that is enclosed in the south. We don't really need to do this, but there is a thief here that's trying to pick a lock that isn't actually a door, it's just a sound that's played, and he stops and looks behind him from time to time.
Hello?
If you go this way, you can
Show
come
yourself.
to Stiletto Alley, I guess this is called, and he will run if he gets caught. So we're not going to go this way. I'm going to wait for him to go back out to the balcony there. We can go out this way. Take this bottle of wine. Close the shutters. Water arrow and a rope arrow, or maybe it's a broadhead arrow, rather. Go this way. There, now we come into this building. Moving southwest. Books that can't be read. Cheese. Pair of coins in this chest. Some kind of an abandoned house, this. Statue in pieces that's sort of put together. Alright. Right in here there is a green vase. 4402. Then we can rope up here. Get the rope arrow, get the gold candlestick here. There's a tower that doesn't have anything else. Yeah, noises. far southwestern alley here. Also one of the last pieces of loot I found. A statue in a windowsill. See, I don't know if we're safe here, so I'm gonna wait. We have to jump over to that building there. Let's see, I can't do that for sure. Just missing my jump here. Don't know why I'm not jumping, because I'm touching the jump button. Oi, oi, oi. There we go. There's a guard. Now there are shutters here. You can't go into those because the front door guards to the theater will see you. So I'm instead gonna go this way through. Here we have another flute, 4517, some loft with stuff in it, painting, you can move out of the way, and then we have a sleeping guy. Okay, knew you could go through there. Stack of copper coins, and then one of the pictures actually is valuable, 4547. Readable. From the office of Lord Julian Freiholt, Baronial Commissioner of Tax. To Saul Malloy, Malloy Associates. Mr. Malloy, in light of recent tax irregularities, your business has been chosen to be audited in full. You have 2 days to get your documents prepared to show your income from this year. The morning over morrow, please prepare for Tax Inspector Jennings to arrive. If all is well, the visit will be quick, but be here warned, the penalties for fraud may be a fine with no upper extent, or time in prison not less than 3 months. Signed on behalf of Julian Freiholt, Tax Officer Polonius Lovett. Are you in trouble, mister? Well now, Jerome, this is a fine old mess you've left me in now, isn't it, old friend? The mark is drying up, and now the watch have started to become quite competent. And now, to top it all, a letter's come. The Baron's tax inspector is turning up 2 days from now to snoop about the place. These paintings are too many to conceal. I can't expect to sell even a third. Our little enterprise of forgery is surely now about to tumble down, and I'll be damned if I go down alone. So put your thinking cap upon your head and help me find some way out of this mess. I'll hope to see you soon, your friend Malloy. And that's why you were concealing up the entry there. So that's the other way in. So we have to go back out the same way here. So we should be able to just go this way. Streets. And here we have a notice. Carmela's acting troupe is casting now. Are you a supply maiden, fair of face? Are you a man of strength and mighty brawn? Is it your dream to act upon the stage? If so, we wish to hear from you at once. Apply in person at Shadewall Castle. All classes are considered for our parts. And coming soon, a new and frightening play, a story of the gruesome and macabre. Will you dare to watch Legacy of Knoss? Right. So we are now ready to head into the theater. And the only way we can do that is through this door. There are some front doors, but it's the same issue there. The guards are right outside, so it's much easier to go in through this door.
You're mine!
So he has to be facing away. That is north. For us to get in here unseen. There we go. Okay. Now...
What the hell?
let's first read this. The captain gave a speech at start of shift about how we should all be keeping logs when stationed on the door around the side, to note who comes and goes. I don't know why. I guess they want to see if anyone is coming in who shouldn't be allowed. But surely that's the reason that we guard and don't let any riffraff wander in. No sense in writing down the creepy guys who go between the mistress and her house. We'll just get into trouble if the watch comes snooping around and see them listed here. Oh well, I shouldn't question what I'm told. Not up to me to think about such things.
Hey!
Alrighty. So now we have an issue. We need to close the door, and we have a stationary guard that is right next to the door. So let's just wait for him to turn. And then we can deal with that. If he can turn today.
Not again.
So he sees me there. Man.
Not again.
So he hears that, right? So, seemingly, we have to either take a first alert or just leave this door open. We can lock it, but then block it so that it's not fully shut, because then he hears it. Well, believe it or not, I know I've said so far in this recording that this mission isn't Supreme Ghostable. Well, this is actually my second time recording the theater. I accidentally was able to lock this door without it making the shutting sound. And I was so baffled being able to do that, that I didn't notice that when I did it, I actually got a first alert from the guard in the foyer through the window. So I recorded all of the theater, and then re-watched this section just because I was almost in denial that I was able to do it. And that's when I noticed the first alert. So I just reloaded to the save that we made outside the entrance here. So this is my second time recording this portion. And I have actually now been able to repeat this, and there is a reliable way to lock this door up without getting a first alert from this guard.
You're mine!
We have to have him stationed that way, and this is a strat that
Freeze!
I assume works on all doors like this.
Who's hey?
He has to stay, and I think this is the first time I've ever heard of anybody being able to do this. You can actually lean into the door right as it shuts, and you have to, I don't know if it's frame perfect, but you have to do it so that the door is shut, but not so shut that it actually has made the shutting sound. Because this only works if this trick is reliable, which I think it is. It only works on doors that are locked. Because
what's that?
Because if you have to open it without unlocking it, then the there. Now it's locked. See that? So you can lean into the door at the point where it actually is closed. So that I guess there's a slight delay,
No more guard duty.
or there is a point where the door
had enough.
registers being closed, but then it has to close a little bit more to actually make the closing sound. That's the way it seems the door mechanic works. Because if you can stop it between those 2 points, which is what I did now, and you have to lean into it. You can't do it by frobbing it, because then you actually physically open it back up again. So it can only work from the inside of the door like this. You can't do it from the outside. And fortunately, we have a way of going through the theater and coming up elsewhere in the city. So I'm not sure if this method would work anywhere in any other mission. Because it's pretty rare that you can go through the building and exit somewhere else. But yeah, that's the way we do it. So now we have locked the door. We have not taken a first alert. And, yeah, it's strange. And I accidentally discovered that. Because when I did it the first time, I did it on my first attempt. And if I hadn't done it on my first attempt, I would never have known this. Because then I would have just assumed that the first alert is acceptable and go through with the Supreme Bust. But now we have actually done this clean.
I don't like the looks.
So he has to turn away again for us to get out. Two green bases there.
What's that?
Oh, jeez. So yeah, the first time I did it, I was so perplexed that in the process I didn't notice that I got a first alert. But I'm happy I rewatched it because that's when I noticed that I got one. Otherwise you guys would have noticed. This is a difficult place here because there's two patrolling guards. Now they're both stationed in the bar area. Okay, let's see if we can do this. We have hardcover here. There are 3 coins in the pool that we have to take. There. 4662. Good. We don't need to go into the bar here right now.
Who's noising up?
Okay, he hears that. What?
What's over there?
What? Oh, there is a guard. Jeez.
What's that?
Yeah, this can't be done then on this round. There are 3 guards up here. And we have to go through to the other door there. So yeah, that means I'm happy to report that this mission can be Supreme Ghosted after all. And the strat with the door there can maybe be used in other circumstances to avoid busts, or maybe at least be able to take some more loot in some missions. Maybe.
What's that?
Ay, ay, ay. It's so tight here. This is the most difficult place in the whole, mission. Not mission, building.
It's gonna go up and tell him. No more guard duty. 6 taffin years guard duty. Say, I've had enough.
Okay. I don't think he saw me. But I want to be...
Can't believe the damn coffin
Go in here
fancy gadgets around here.
and read a couple of things. My dear Javal, how goes the writing of our latest masterpiece of tragedy? I trust you have whatever you require, but should you need something to spark your muse, just ask and I'll be happy to oblige. I've left the key to our basement find with you to keep it safe from prying eyes. I shouldn't want some flighty chorus girl to wander into trouble down below and fill the place with idle gossiping. Until such time as we can break the seal, let's keep it locked and focus on the play. I eagerly await your latest scenes. Your friend and doting patron, Carmilla. Act 1, Scene 7, Enter Claudia. So this is just the play. I'm not going to read that. And we're going to listen to part of it downstairs anyway. It has no relation to the plot. And here is the theater basement key that we need. We're going to have to return that later.
Not true at all.
Okay. I'm going to just show you guys what's down the hallway there.
Strange noises.
Here. This just leads to the hallway and the auditorium above the theater stage. And this acts as the loft. Make sure this door stays shut when not in use. We don't want a repeat of Saturday when noises from the traffic accident on Tanner Street were louder than the play. There's nothing undercuts the tension of the drama like an angry farmer and his damaged cart of raucous squawking hens. That would have been a great accident to witness. So then you can come up onto the rafters here. There's nothing really of interest here except that you can continue this way.
It's quite clear. I read it thrice. But what couldst be so vital as the cause?
This just leads down on either side, both directions.
Tombs and lonely graves of this old cemetery in the woods. For surely only dark and evil deeds are suited settings.
That's it. So we are instead gonna head down now. taken everything, I think, from upstairs. And then here is a rug. 4812. In the coat closet, there is a coin pair and a tiara. Downstairs. Oh, we can stay behind hardcover here. We should be able to at least. Wait. We have the guard up there. Can he see us? Don't think so, but anyway.
Who goes there?
I'm a little bit unsure here. That we can't have. It's a tough place in the mission, this. Wow. Whoa.
Is that you?
Alright, let's wait him out here. There. Theater key. $5,087 is what we need. The bar, we have a stack of gold coins and a purse. And then we can pick the lock on this door. You can go above the lobby ceiling and then onto the rafters and in here if you want to. In the wine storage, we have 3 bottles of wine. And then upstairs is empty and another pickable door to the upstairs bar. You have to pick one of these doors to get in here.
Hey!
Oh my gosh, this is bad. Oh. Okay. I didn't actually know anybody came through here. So that was quite lucky. Or lucky but unlucky. Okay, there's a guard. We have to wait for him then. Should be the only guard that goes through here, at least. Still there. Here we come up to one of the viewing boxes. a goblet.
The message was quite clear. I read it thrice. But what couldst be so vital as to cause the goodly father to demand we meet amongst the haunted tombs and lonely graves of this old cemetery in the woods? For surely only dark and evil deeds are suited to
What's that?
Oh, he comes back there?
Not bad. Let's try that scene once more.
Don't think the actors here really care about us. Okay, we have to wait
Not
these
bad.
out again.
Yeah, let's try that scene once more from the top.
They just do the play on a loop here. So we now want to go into the other box and get the loot there. And we are almost done before we head down to the basement area, or the dressing room area.
of this old cemetery in the woods. For surely only dark and evil deeds are suited to its sentence. But hark! One doth approach from yonder trees.
Oh, Claudia, how fair
Glasses
thou
or
dost
spectacles?
appear beneath this silver, cloudless, moonlit night.
Well, I guess they're binoculars, aren't they?
'Tis well my urgent summons thou received.
And answered, yet my heart is full of fear. What spurred this meeting here among the dead? What builder's plan necessitates this place?
5427.
No builder, one more powerful than he.
Speak not such base and dreadful.
Yet I, a servant of the builder's plan, could not prevent my will.
That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna go up and tell him. No more guard duty. 6 tapping years of guard duty. Gonna put my finger up and say, I had enough.
There.
That's it.
Okay, the guard that is stationed right around the corner now should come out and head away, I think. Yeah. He stops right inside the door. We have to wait for him. This is
Cloudless, moonlit night.
access to
'Tis
the
well my urgent summons thou received.
And answered,
the stage.
my heart is full of fear. What spurred
You
this
can go
meeting
backstage here.
among the
Nothing really
dead?
of interest.
What builder's plan
You can climb up
necessitates
on
this
the
place?
on the props. In this room, there is a readable. Mina, only the front of house is new. These dressing rooms were once a part of some old castle that fell into disrepair. It can seem kind of spooky, I admit, but there's nothing here that's dangerous, unless Javal is in a mood, that is. There's only one place that they keep locked up, and that's the door you've seen below the stage. According to Mistress Leanne, it's just a cellar that was built into a cave till part of it collapsed, and so they deemed it was unsafe for us to wander in. There's not a thing for you to fret about, as long as you can learn your lines, Ingrid. Alright. This is just the restroom. Up here is sort of a hidden area. I missed the mantle there. And that opens further into an attic above the actress's dressing room or chambers. And then over here, there's a panel on the wall, and it opens from this. It's the last secret I found, I believe, in the mission. And this is the final gem of Bizarri, worth 155.27. And that actually gave us a bonus objective. You found all 3 of the gems of Bizarri. That's nice. Walk into the actress's chambers. Go into her bedroom and pick a lock on this chest. Mask 5577, and let's read this. My dear Loretta, hope you're keeping well. Ma sends her love and Billy's growing tall. We're all so proud you're acting in a play. The street's abuzz with talk of theater, and I expect you'll see some folk you know within the crowd upon your opening night. I'm sure your fears are quite unwarranted. It's natural to feel as if you are out of your depth, but I know you'll do great. The sullen actors that you mentioned are no doubt just jealous of your starring role, and as for that Carmela, well, she does sound quite formidable, but worry not. It's just that you look up to her, and so she seems more terrifying than she is. I doubt her secrets are more terrible than those of any you'd care to name. I'll see you soon. Your loving brother, Griff. Not so sure about that. I think Carmela has some things, some skeletons in her closet here that
is that you, Kevin?
Was literally. There's nothing else over here. It's just an empty meeting room of sorts. Safe here. Okay, over here, just an empty room. Dance room, it seems like, and then there is a patrolling archer that goes
someone behind me
back and forth here. Alrighty. And this is underneath the stage. You can flip this to open a panel in the ceiling and access that area. But here is the access to the caves. We're going to lockblock this, then we're going to return the basement key immediately.
Hmm?
Yeah, we have to wait for him. But other than returning the basement key, we have nothing else to do because we can leave through the caves, lock the door behind us now, and then actually emerge somewhere else in town. They're too far away. See anything?
See it.
Okay, so he actually saw me. This is very good timing because
Can't the guy now?
yeah, we cannot do that, but we can do there we go. Awesome. We have Tybald's shop key. That we're gonna... And the theater key. Those two we're gonna return. Alright, so we have to wait for him now. The stone key is gonna get consumed to enter the caves below. The theater key we need to return to Shadewall Castle, and Tybald's key we can return right as we finish the mission.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go up and tell him no more guard duty. 6 taffin years of guard duty. I'm gonna put my finger up and say I've had enough. And that's it. That's what I'm gonna do.
There we go.
The message was quite clear. I read it
There we go. Excellent.
to be so vital as to cause the goodly father to demand we meet amongst the haunted tombs and lonely
Let's make a real save here before we
graves of the
lock this up, and then we can head down. We're gonna first get to some caves with mages, but then we're gonna use the stone key and actually get into the Knoss caves. That's the door to the Knoss caves. guy walks clockwise, so let's follow him. There's one other mage, and then a sleeping mage. That has a fire arrow. But this has some coins, I think. Yep.
Wind blows, fire burns, earth shakes.
Nice. Artifact. Let's read that. Insufferable that we should have to flee into this secret caves like wretched rats. There was a time our order would have cut the sheriff down before he made himself so powerful that he could threaten us. Alas, our power waned in latter days, and all that strange, abstruse, and magic fades. The followers of Knoss, our ancestors, would weep to see such weakness in their ranks. Ezekiel Zafan was just a fool who could not sense the changes in the air, and those that followed him will not be missed now that their corpses hang from Traitor's Bridge. They've been cut out like dead and rotten wood. For hope remains that we might still return to power and reclaim our rightful place as subjugators of the common folk with necromancy, potent as of old. Carmela seeks to force our way into the sanctuary locked beneath these caves and take the power of our ancient lord. The potency of Knoss will be restored, and we will crush all those who stand against our glorious ascendancy once more.
Feel the sting.
Okay, so you have big plans. Let's go this way. Here's more coins. Nothing else here except for mage stuff. Did he see me? Sounded like maybe he did. Then we have the stone key, which, as you can see, gets consumed. You cannot close this door up again, and you cannot take the key. That completes the break into the theater and use the stone to unseal the portal. Not really a portal, it's just a door. And I don't think there is a way to close this from the inside either. Can't refob this, nope. I just would hate to have a supreme bust from this now that we can supreme the mission. So let's dive into the caverns here. There's really only one way.
How far down do these tunnels go?
Pretty far. So now we come to a huge cave. This is quite difficult, this area. There are no enemies here right now. I have found a predictable way to get through it without any supreme busts. So let me show what's going on here. Make a real save first. So there are 4 little islands. There's actually poisonous water here where you will take damage. And in each of these islands, there is a pedestal that when you frob it, you trigger a candle to appear up on the main walkway. And those have to be lit in a certain order in order to open the door to the central building here, which takes you up to the final objective. When you frob each of these pedestals, there's one on each island, then all the sleeping zombies on that island will wake up, and you will trigger a portal. When we trigger this or frob this pedestal, that portal over there will open, which will release 3 floating skulls that are enemies. You also have these pulsating lights. They increase and decrease. You can see now they're going down. That's going to be very crucial for us to be able to get out of here. This island and the one on the north, which is going to be the 3rd one we do. We're going to do them south, west, north, and then east. Are the most difficult. So this is going to take some trial and error for sure to get this right. But this one shouldn't be that difficult. This one here I think is okay. So maybe we can go the other way here. If you sneak around along the side without sort of getting in contact with the water, then it shouldn't be too difficult, this. So we got caught there, but... should be able to get up here without sometimes once you get up on the walkway you get illuminated by those other pulsating lights. Whoa. Now they are going down. Let's see. So that is the first alert, I believe. So now you can see the 3 skulls. That was not a first alert, trust me. They all can turn around now. This is light. Then we can do that. We can do that. Yep. Then we got through that. So I found a predictable way of doing this. Is it too dark in here? It's quite dark for me, but hopefully you guys can see something. Check it here. Maybe we can increase the brightness a little bit. Now you hear skulls that are inside this building. They can't really see you, so... So for each pedestal you frob, I didn't read what that one said. I think it said light the candle and keep it lit or something like that. And you can see that this laser or particle beam or whatever you call it has now been activated. And over here you have one candle that have appeared. It's raised up. We need all 4 candles to come up here. So here we have the second. Second island over here. This is the west one. We can kind of do the same thing here. We can go around this way along the water. The third must be extinguished once lit. So the third one, this will operate. And this will open the second portal back close to the beginning. So now we hit the water, you could hear that. There, this one is very easy to do. So now the third candle got raised. This has a rope arrow in it. I'm not going to worry about those candles now. You can see that both portals now are open on that side. Very important not to do this island next, because that opens a portal here, which means that when you go to this island, you already have a portal open, and the pedestal here will open the second portal. So then you have 6 skulls instead of 3 to worry about. So it's already difficult enough with 3. So this island, the north one, is traditionally, or at least for me, the hardest. But hopefully I found a way to do it. Let's see, I think we can... go along this edge here, I believe. Make a real save here just in case. The fourth should be ignited and stay lit. So they see that. The problem is that this island is very small. And there are 4 patrollers. Yeah, this is tough. This is going to take some doing to get through this without first alerts. Oh, is this possible? No. That's why I real save there, because that's a tough one. Maybe we can do it quickly before they actually... can get up there. So maybe we can sort of jump. Yeah. There's pulsating lights on the island too. Maybe going around from the other side is better. I can't remember exactly how this plays out. There's a guy that comes straight up from this side. That's the issue, right? Sorry, the last one at least is easier. So we get lit up so quickly here. Yeah, this is so difficult. I think that the place I stood was... Maybe we can try... Yeah, this is not going to be... We have to time the lights here. Okay. We're almost there. There's not much in this. We're right by the water here. Here we are dark, actually. Good. This is very, very good. Now. There, we should get over here, because then we don't want to get lit up by that there. So now we need to sneak around this column and then jump over to the right. We need to time these 3 skulls doing that. Very, very tough this, but... Okay. Well, I don't need you here. Did he hear me walk? I think so, because the middle is gravel. No, he turned. Well, that's what we need to do, and then just need to make this jump here. And then we're basically home free. Jeez. Sorry for all the reloads, this is crazy. But we can do this supreme clean, so... Yeah. I mean, these zombies here have a route that goes straight for the area that we want to be in. That's what makes it so difficult. Okay, if you can just turn around too now. Did he see me? Oh, come on, let's jump. Should be able to jump there. There we go. Both of them turned. That's excellent. Oh, no. I'm right at the edge, that's why I wasn't aware. I think we made it. Yep. Pretty sure we did. Oof, that was a lot of reloading. That's crazy. But doing that one supreme clean is tough. The next one doesn't have any skulls to worry about. It's only the... only the zombies here. But it's a little bit of a bigger island, which is good. So I think we hear... Can lean in from this side. Let's make another real save. Yeah, they won't see us there. Oh, no. Whoa. There is a guy there that starts right away. I didn't think that he would be an issue. Let's see. Okay, over here we're dark. That's good. So I haven't read all those messages, but... basically says that the first and the third needs to stay lit, doesn't it? And the second and the fourth needs to be
put back out again. Okay. Last one. This part of the island is dark, even on top, which is good. Oh, I was almost there. Not sure what happened. Fast is good at what it is. Nice. So here, I think we're good here because you can actually go, I believe. Yeah, you can go around here, the back. And then we should be good now. There we go. They heard me there, too. Whew, that is the most difficult thing in the mission right now. We just finished it. Let's make a big, big real save. Okay, so now we got to deal with the whole opening the door to this house situation. We have now spawned... Oh, come on. We have spawned the 4... Or we have raised the 4 candles here. Basically what we have done. And those we have to light up by frobbing them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then following the inscriptions on the pedestals, we have to put out 1 and 3. Or maybe it's from the other side, I don't know. And that lowers the door here. And the way we're supposed to get in is to shoot a rope arrow, hence the rope arrow in the chest here. We have one, of course. There. Like that. Now we want to close the door too, and you can do that by putting out the last 2. And we also want to put out the lights, even though they're not actual light sources. We want to be as supreme as possible to put those out. So the way we can do that is by leaving the key on top of the door. Like that. And then frobbing those 2. There. Because the key will stop the door from actually going up. And if we take the key, the door will rise up. Now, if you continue all the way through, the door will automatically close, I think, when you take the final objective. I tried to retrace my steps and come back to avoid a lockpick later on, but since we can Supreme Ghost the mission, I can't close the theater door by going back through the theater anyway, so I wouldn't want to do that, but I still would want to close the door and put out the lights. So, we're good there. Now, what we have to do here is take this diamond first. Did we get spotted there? Yeah, I think that is an alert. I'm not 100% sure on the alert levels of these. Okay, there's skulls on each of the upper levels here. There's only one skull on the level above us. And it goes, I think it goes counterclockwise in on this level. Take 2 candlesticks. This is a picture of what we're seeing here, which is kind of neat. Yep. And then we're gonna head up here. This next level can be tricky. I believe there are 2 floating skulls on this level. And then in this room here, yeah, there's the other one. Okay, so we are a little bit stuck here. We're back under here. I think we're safe. I don't know, but I think so. Whoa. This is not good. Oh, we got spotted there, but that's the way to do it. It's just that we are a little bit in a pickle here. I think we can do this. Yeah. We did it there. And this room here is completely dark, so we don't have to worry about anything. Up here. Oh. There are 6 gold plates. And then also on this level, something we have to skip. At the end of this long tunnel, there are 3 pieces of loot, 2 green vases and 1 blue vase, worth 200 in total. If you take these, 2 things happen. First, these lasers come out, and if we touch any of those lasers, we die instantly. And then a continual Spitfire trap starts going, and that's obviously a Supreme Bust. It doesn't matter which of these 3 you take, both of those things happen. You can take this for Ghost, so these 200 loot here is okay for Ghost. You still have to skip 50 for that mode, but these 200 plus the Silver Nugget back at the inn has to be skipped for Supreme, so that's 250 total. So we are gonna try to maintain our Ghost or our Supreme run as much as we can here. This is the way out. There we go. That should be it. There's still some enemies, but this is a cool Constantine Manor reference here with the spiraling hallway. I like that. Okay, now we come into another very dark cave. And here we have a silver nugget. Whoa, very dark. Hopefully you guys can see what's going on. There's a bunch of floating skulls, pulsating lights, some corpses around. So one more, that's not a sleeping zombie by the way. There's one more piece of loot here, a hammer, 6284. And then we have Knoss's power crystal right up here.
This crystal should be worth the price of admission.
Knoss power crystal. I'm not sure if that's a light source or what it is, but it's an objective, so taking objectives is okay if it's a light source for Supreme. Here is the ending. Let me just check that. Yeah, it's still the same. Well, there's a wisp around here, and that can be very frustrating because it seems to hover around the entrance to where we need to go here. There's a skull that goes in and out here, but should be able to. Oh. Yeah, good. We weren't spotted there. Okay. Head all the way over here. And that takes us out to a different cave. Now we can close this up. And that actually takes us into the crypts below the inn basement. 2 artifacts here, 6324. And if we go up here, we can find our last secret. 7 out of 8 that we can take. And our last piece of loot. An artifact statue worth 75, total 63.99. Then we come up to the door that is pickable in the inn basement. There. So then we can finally also put these back. Like that. Should be how we do that. And we're good. We just have to return the theater key. And Tybald shop key should not be a problem to return. The theater key we can return
passing. We can actually pass in front of the
Cook said
Shadewall Castle
stew
front
today.
doors.
With real cows. Nobody saves them. Bet the Baron gets to eat cows all the time. Not potato.
There we go. And I mentioned mechanists earlier. Well, they have spawned over here. Iron Beast and a mechanist. But we can go up this ladder here. Actually, one I haven't shown you yet. And then we can find our way back to Carmela's study to return the key. Notice now that Carmela isn't here. She has disappeared, it seems. That's ominous. Okay. Let's find his way back here. No.
What was?
Oh, that wasn't fast enough there. Yeah, he did not hear me. Good. Oh, okay. A little bit too quick there.
What did I see there?
Oh, let's just wait for him to come by. Just also want to double check that I did close that secret there, painting. I did. Good. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Remind me, gentlemen.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go up and tell him no more guard duty. 6 taffin years guard duty. I'm gonna put my finger up and say I've had enough. That's it. That's what I'm gonna do.
And then we can go past here. And now there's a note on the restaurant. This restaurant is temporarily under the jurisdiction of the Watch while they investigate a heinous crime that happened on the premises this night. If you have information that could help, please speak to Sergeant Norris of the Watch. Reward of 50 gold to be paid out for any information leading to arrest and prosecution for this crime. So I wonder if that's the bloodstains on the top of the balcony there. That's what it's for. So we're gonna head up here. Yeah. Okay. Now, last time when I came back after finishing the mission, there was a mage that spawned up here. He is not there now, and there were also a mage or two in the streets. So maybe that depends on how long you've played, the playtime. Maybe I'm a little bit quicker this time, I'm not sure. See, we have done everything. We just need to return to Tybald shop. Listen to a conversation now.
No, please, Carmilla. It was Garrett. He's the one you want.
Garrett, huh?
Yes. Garrett took the key. I tried to stop him. It's not my fault.
I will deal with him in due course. Now it seems I've got no more use for you.
What? No!
Spread the word. Find the thief Garrett. He has stolen something of ours.
Yes, my lady Carmilla.
Tybald, you traitor, you.
Well, at least I don't have to kill Tybald for betraying me. Probably best if I skip town for a while.
Maybe this is what triggered the mage. Let us check. Yeah. That's what it is. Okay. It was when I came back. So now there's thieves in town. And there are mages in town. And we got a new objective. We cancelled returning to the North Gate. With an angry cult looking for you, it would be a good idea to skip town for a while. Use the bolt hole in Tybald's secret room to escape into the sewers. So that's what we're going to do. Come on. There. Oh. Now this was closed. Okay. Well, then we do have to shut it. Like that. We're going to return the key here. And then we're going to go out. Now, we're about to end the mission here. Before we end the mission, I'm going to show you guys a bonus. I'm going to put in a clip here showing you the first time I discovered the being able to close the door at the theater without alerting the guard, because I find that quite amusing when I watched it again. And listen for that first alert that I don't notice when I do this, and then we'll return afterwards. So when we close the door here,
what's that?
He will give a first alert. He'll hear that. So that's an issue, because it's the only way in besides the front doors, and you have the same problem there, like I said. So we can close the door. And we can leave it almost shut. Let's do that. That's the only way that we can make this work. This will be a supreme bust, because either we won't close the door fully or we will take a first alert. I will not take the first alert, since we can play this whole mission without any alerts.
I don't like free.
No, you don't like the looks of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
So there.
I'm just gonna go up and tell him no more guard duty. 6 taffin years guard duty. I'm gonna put my finger up and say I've had enough.
So now we
That's it.
locked the door and we left it almost shut. Oh. Are you kidding me? What just happened? I locked the door and managed to prevent it from making sound by blocking it at the right time. Have any of you ever been able to do that before? I have not. I'm gonna make a real save right there. So fast. Are you serious? I swear to all of you, this is the first time I've ever been able to do anything like that. To block the door. So I guess there is a slight delay then. There's like a frame perfect place where you can stop the door, where the game actually registers that it's closed, but it hasn't closed enough for you to make the sound of the door closing. Because the door is still locked here now.
I don't think it's true at all what they said. Probably never was.
All right,
true.
this is...
And I just believed him like a taff head. They're probably
This is
laughing at
just
me now.
such a big
Behind
deal
my back.
because
Yeah.
I'm imagining
true
that
at
there
all.
are so many missions now that actually can be Supreme Ghosted if the same technique can be applied. I'm actually... I don't know if you guys realize how big of a thing this actually is, that I figured this out. On recording, I didn't even test this. I blocked it, but there was ajar. I was surprised that I was able to do it that close. But I thought I was just going to be able to open it again. Because even though the lock is locked, or the handle is locked, I didn't think that the door actually had shut all the way.
Not again.
See? Because he did not first alert, because then he wouldn't first alert now. He would have been in a...
Third time this shift.
This is so profound. So that actually means, people, that this mission can be Supreme Ghosted. Okay, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I was quite surprised, to say the least. And I still am. But we are going to finish. We have to... not have to do that. No, we have to actually close this and end. Come on, buddy. I did this on the first try the last time, so... we can't take damage. There we go. I turned right away. Okay. So now we are back where I showed you. Alrighty. So as far as I know and as far as I hope, that was actually a successful Supreme run of Legacy of Knoss. Yeah. I didn't notice any busts, and if I forgot to close something somewhere, then hopefully it's something that's easy to fix. There's quite a few things to remember in this mission, and I wasn't prepared to sort of go for Supreme. But anyway, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 30 seconds. We took 63.99 loot out of 66.49. That's then 250 below max, and that is the 50 in the silver nugget in the inn, where we cannot take it behind the banner because you have to slash the banner. That's property damage. And the 200 in loot, the 3 items in the skull house, where it counts as triggering a trap if you take any of them. Picked 2 out of 2 pockets. We picked 6 locks. No backstabs, no knockouts, no healing taken, no damage dealt and taken. Nothing and nobody killed. And we took 7 out of 8 secrets. The last secret is that silver nugget behind the banner. Alrighty. Yeah, great mission. And very, surprised that it can be Supreme Ghosted. Nice reward there, I guess, for a long playthrough. The next mission, I'm not 100% sure. Because I was planning on taking a break from the Dark Mod, but then Wellingtoncrab and Amadeus went ahead and released a mission called Displacement, which I have played as of recording this, and it is quite incredible. So I might need to ghost and record that one too. I'm not sure if I'll do that before or after we go back and finish Scarlet Cascabel. I have not played the second mission of that yet, so I might do Displacement first, but one of those two will be next. So, yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Longer one this. Appreciate it as always. Drop a comment if you can, and always appreciate your feedback. Thank you as always. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.